bringing you the best in DB drags all the way from our home in Edmonton, Alberta. And they know how to put on a show. If the audio stuff is what you're into, well, they're the guys to go check out. So, racers to the lanes, when you're ready, we're able to start running. Well, a couple runs already down, and that last run by Ishan in that beautiful Dodge, 9.6 to start things out. He's looking to get into that main competition tonight, but he's going to need some gloves. It's the first thing they notice. He didn't have gloves, and he ran under 10s. He needs gloves. So if you know him, you see him out there, he needs some gloves to keep running. Well, this is something we're used to seeing out in Edmonton. Turbo Hondas. We have them all over the place out there. We even have a full Honda category. There's so many of them. Had a little trouble getting off the line there for Dallas. Had it up there. Didn't really work, though. 14-7 for a first pass of the day. Maybe we could see some 10s out of him. Get it right down. Works on that launch. It'll be a good time for Dallas. The McLaren in the Lordco lane. And, well, Brian Kropp beating him down the line, 11-0. Wow. The Volkswagen that could, taking down a McLaren. But, man, did that McLaren sound good. It's great to hear them out at the track and having fun, getting to stretch out the legs a little bit. Again, this is only the beginning. Lots more to come today. Lots more to do around here. I can already see the smoke from the drifters getting used to their new layout to put on a show for you guys down there. And I know the stunt crew is out there as well. Anthony Chan, first run of the day. Well, he's not doing too shabby out there in the Audi. Finishing out the run at a 12:11. You guys bring some fast cars. We travel all over Western Canada. And I think Vancouver and Winnipeg. I think you guys got the fastest out of all of them. Rico and Alan. Alan in the Evo. And well, I think Alan's pass is going to be faster than that 14.9. Definitely is 11.53 for Frederico. 11.28, not bad. If he got it off the line there, that would have been a good race between the two. Back around second run of the day, the E90, Braden Curry. Up against Jason Easton in the Civic. Lights go, good getaway for the E90 of Braden. Braden going as fast as he can here. That E90 is quick. Finishing it out at a 12.94, 14.88 for the Civic of Jason. Now the first of, I think, a few that we have out here. The first bike on track. We do have a couple out here. I know there's two big turbo Busas sitting in line. And then my favorite man ever just shows up out of nowhere. How are you, good sir? Oh my God. Did you bring your Honda to challenge all these guys? Oh, come on. So the first bike, Harley Davidson Simran, heading down the track. And he's going to cap it off the 14.0. Well, we've already been seeing some amazing runs, some more bikes, and that Ducati 959, an old friend of ours. So great to see him out here. Made the trip, but a reminder, oh wow, voice crack. Wait for these guys to get going. Oh no, he tried. Maybe on the next run. There it gets going. A reminder to all my racers out there, no air conditioning. I know it's hot. I know we're in Vancouver. It is -6 where I'm from right now. So this is hot, but no AC. No AC at all when you're waiting in the staging lanes. So when you're at the line, no AC. It leaks a little bit of water, and it doesn't make it fun for the next guy coming on slicks, I'll tell you that. Pair of vets at the line. I love the variety that you guys bring. This is insane. Well, the light goes, and it's a very quiet getaway for the TCR lane, and same with the Lordco. I expected those to be a lot louder, but they still boogie down the track. 13.37 and a 15.0 for the C4. Son and Rob, and wow, does that truck get out of the hole? 1.72 60 foot. He says, see you later at a 10.85. 12.03 there for Sun Lee. Wow. Another bike back up. Well, this is our own Costas. He used to travel with us here at the Tunerbash events. Then he decided he wanted to race, so he went home, brought his bike. We'll see how he does on the Duck. Duck 959. He's looking for the beams. There's one, there's two. Stop and stage it. Here it goes. Wait for the green. Not bad at all from Costas. Good run, though. 10.9. I think that was his goal. I think he wanted 10.7 out of it, so he's pretty close. Well, the Raptor Eye of Dre missing a gear out of the hole. Gonna have to try that run again. Loses to Crystal in that M240i. Then another pair of bikes. I saw these two unloading off the trailer, and I saw the big turbos hanging off these Busas. And I know the 905, Dwayne, he's not stretched yet. He's still trying to figure out this bike. He was here last night. I got to have some chats with him. And drag racing motorbikes, it's such a different world. Different world because it's just you, the machine, and an engine between your legs. If it blows up, well, you might catch a piston to the head. But these guys love doing it, and they're quick. Let's see what happens. Quick shift into second for the TRC lane. And both of them quite even down. 9.19 for Corey and a 9.7 for Dwayne. Maybe a stretch doesn't make a difference. The Audi R8 V10. God, what a beautiful motor. It sounds so good. Almost as good as this McLaren in the Lordco lane. The McLaren, good getaway for his second run. Really moving against the Beamer. 12.28, not too shabby. The Beamer is still running 11.98, but didn't cross the beams first. So with that being said, well, the McLaren gets that second win for him. Finding the beams. That's okay. That's what these events are for. Whether it's your first time or your 200th time down the track, that's what we're here to do. Help you get on track, stay on track, drink the Kool-Aid, and have way too much fun doing it. Whether drifting's your thing, drag racing, maybe even a little bit of stunting with those bike guys, or the audio with the DB drags. That's what Tunerbash is all about. Just having fun, bringing what you brung, and getting some track time in it. Beautiful S13 at the line. That is a gorgeous color. It boogies. Can't find second. He finds it. There it is. Woo, little fire there at the end. Still runs a 13.6. Oh, that would have been probably a low 12 if you would have found the gear. It's not a bad first run. Again, we got 3 trophies for tonight for all you guys who are drag racing here. I know the drifters got their own, but for us, we have our top eliminator. So that'll be the guy who wins our top 8 challenge tonight, our quick 8. He'll go home with a trophy. Then if you pull off the best ET of the day, that's right, the best reaction time, well, you get to go home with a trophy as well. We also have a fastest import trophy. So if you think you got the fastest time in your import, well, bring me a time slip. Show me, and I'll be the one to agree. I got my own time slips to look at from here, but sometimes we're not able to see cars. Stretch Jixer in the water box and a Busa. So Adrian and Isaac. Adrian in the Busa, Isaac in that Gixxer 600. Not a bad getaway for Isaac. As they head down that quarter mile, a 10.86 for Adrian and a 12.03 for the 600. Well, take me back to Alberta with the big Ford F-250 dually. Wow. Be interesting to see how this thing moves down the quarter mile with Sun Lee's BMW right beside it. Oh, the F-350 makes it to the end, 1684. That's not that bad when you think about how heavy that truck is. 1684, well, impressive. Well, as I start to see the grandstands fill up and everybody coming in, I still see a bunch of people in line waiting to get in. That line is crazy. I want to welcome everybody to the Tunerbash Vancouver, I guess, mission. And we're not really in Vancouver. We just say that because it's close. But the Tunerbash mission opener. You're our first stop of the tour and our first wonderful day of racing. Mission Raceway themselves had their Street Legals opener last night, and it was a good time. A lot of people getting ready for it today, though, as we can see everybody out here. A lot of racers came out, and all of your guys' support. Lots going on here today. There's lots to do and lots to get down with. We have the drifters going on in the back half of the course. We have the FX audio guys. They're doing DB drags all day long. We have this stunt crew out here. They're going to be doing some crazy motorcycle stunts around 3 p.m., so make sure you get ready to go see them. For the spectators, we got lots of booths down there, lots of awesome places to eat, lots of cool things on display, and lots of cool items to buy. We're just here for a good day of fun, and don't forget, we will be back in the middle of summer for our closer. As Costas does his run down the straight, I want to put your attention to the water box. To the water box. You're going to see a black Ford Harley Davidson edition. Now, Mike Ennis drives this truck, and I can tell you that he's a happy man with this truck. If you guys weren't here last night, he set the world record for this truck. That's right, the world record was around a 984, and he ran a 981 last night. I think he might be here to try and improve on that world record, make it go even further. And no, it's not Manch in the wonderful silver truck here in our Lord Co lane. They're going to let Mike have the track to himself, so they're going to send this guy as a single. So we send the little Mitsubishi truck. How cool is that? It boogies. But my intention is to car number 645E. Putting on a show, getting the tires warmed up. Again, set the world record last night in this truck. 981. He wants to beat it. I wish I knew what the numbers were before, after the 981. I wasn't here to see the exact numbers. But if we can do better than a 981, that will be a new record set, a new world record set at Tunerbash opener here at Mission Raceway. Now it's only his first run, so we can't hope for any first lap magic. But you guys are in for a treat if you've never seen this truck run. The lights go down. Mike goes for it. Set up. So first run, 995. That's not far off. We got to hope he gets a world record today. That'll be awesome. Well, Steven is back in the Porsche 944 2.2 Ecotech swapped with a way better launch this time. He was able to get it out of the hole. Last time he was bogging all over the place trying to get it to go. And he gets it 1167 on the mark. Well, after seeing Mike Ennis's truck, we have another really fast car in the water box. This is Adam Blender in his Audi. Van City Audi, sponsored by Raider Performance. If you've never seen this Audi run, let me tell you, this thing is quick. I believe the last numbers were around 1,200 horsepower. Now, he was fighting traction issues all day yesterday at the track, so he's still kind of fighting some things here and there. He's trying to get a good run in. That's kind of why he's here today, to hopefully get that magic run in. They got it back to the shop last night, and they tore the whole thing apart to figure out why it was squirrely on them. And he's still stuck here in the water box. Sounded like he had to restart the car. Something happened. There we go. Gets the burnout going. Gets those Hoosiers with some temperature. Let's see what happens with Adam Blender here. It moves out of the gate. And that, an 894, and I believe he's looking for an 880 out of it. And that is close. That is almost there. That's a fast fucking 60 foot. That doesn't matter. Turbo Honda? Diesel wagon? Yeah, have a good one. Costa's sending it a little too hard with the Ducati there, bringing the front tire up. And I can tell you, as somebody that has drag race spikes, that is a scary feeling because it comes up quick. But he held it together. He didn't drop it. And he finished out the run, 14:37. Well, while we have a little bit of downtime here on the drag side, again, we got lots going on. Go support some of those drifter boys over there for pulling out their cars, thrashing on them, beating on them, and doing everything they do. A couple pro cars over there as well, as we wait for these guys to start making their way back around and getting some ready for some more runs.
So Tanner's taking a little bit of a a leave of absence here. He's left me in the tower alone, so I'm going to hop on the mic for a second here. If you're over there on the north side of the track, we'll call it, spectator side, you should make your way over here to the south side, the pit side. So there's a whole bunch of cars over here in the pits, bunch of vendor booths. There's some food trucks, all varying kinds. There's ice cream. There's a pro shop open with a bunch of merchandise and a whole bunch of different stuff. So there's a lot to see over here, as well as we got drifting going on down at the top end there. So you can head on down to the down by the scoreboards there on the south side of the track, and they are drifting down there. There's a whole bunch of drift cars. As well, there's going to be a Hard Knocks stunt show.
Attention the pits, attention the pits. Just a reminder, here at Mission Raceway Park, we ask that everybody who is on a e-bike or a scooter or a bike or anything with two wheels that is not directly a car or a golf cart, please wear a helmet at all times. And just another reminder for all the drivers out there, if you know your car is faster than 14 seconds, or you have a sneaking suspicion that your car is faster than 14 seconds, you do need to have a helmet on while doing some drag racing. So if you're running a 13-second car, a 12-second car, an 11-second car, or faster, you do need to have a helmet on while you're doing drag racing. If you don't have a helmet, we have ones available for rent in the pro shop. If you see all the food trucks, it's just a little bit before that towards the tower. Thank you.
All the cars, all the time here at Tunerbash, whether it's Porsches, BMWs, Nissans, Hondas, it's always a great time. And wow, is everything starting to fill up. That lineup to get in, still around the corner. Our guys up there are losing their minds trying to get everybody in as quickly as possible. Our racers are getting ample run time in right now as those lanes aren't that full. So if you got your car working, let's get you down. Get some runs in. This is free track time. The more runs you get in, the better per dollar it was that you spent. And for all of you guys out there spectating, watching around, checking out the car show, checking out the drifting, in about half an hour, we got the Hard Knock Stunt Show. These guys really know how to put it on, and right after the drifters will be going absolutely mental as well. So make sure in half an hour, right at the top of the hour, 3 o'clock, you go and check them out over at the north end of the track. Is that north? I don't know. I'm lost here. I'm from Alberta. Everything's covered in mountains. I don't know what's going on anymore. I'm going to say the top end of the track. That'll make it less confusing in case somebody actually knows where north is and I don't. Lots to do, lots to see. And hey, if you're out there and you're like, man, I want to come out, I want to race my car, I want to figure it out. But say you don't like drag racing, you like road racing, you like drifting, you like rally racing. Hey, that is what this event is for. Any one of us can point you in the right direction to get involved in the racing that you want to be a part of. Or even if you want to be a volunteer, you would be amazed at how far just being a volunteer goes. Even with the SCC BC here out of BC, I almost said our club name, but we're in BC, so it's the SCC BC. You can get involved in their marshalling program and be as close to the action as possible, where you're actually right on track, waving the flags for these racers, and that can even land you a ticket into Formula One, which is really cool. We have a group from our side of the province in Alberta of about 18 people that head out to every Formula One race, and they marshal it. They get to be right there on the corners. So volunteering is another great way to get involved with racing as well. So lots of ways to get involved with racing. Even if you want to come and work here, be one of the wonderful starters, be one of the people that help out with EMT, be the water box guy. Hey, we all started there at one point. I think we all worked the water box at one point in our life. It's a great time. You get to see the cars right up and personal and get to see them run down. Every track needs help, and they always want your help, but lots going on, whether it's the car show, whether it's the drifting, whether it's all of our wonderful vendors that have shown up, and a lot of those amazing food trucks that are out there too that I've seen are already super busy. Gap Cam out on Frederico's car. Well, is it Gap Cam time worthy? Let's find out. 11:15, that's Gap time worthy. That is Gap time worthy for sure. Just some solo passes for some guys out there. A lot of these guys, it is their first time ever on track. They're learning how to do it, and hey, you could be the first time on track too. We take all sorts of cars and we help you get on track and experience what it's like. Maybe if it's something you want to do. Ozzy in the McLaren. Being talked to by the starter. We're not even at the start line yet. Come on now, don't give him too hard of a time.
Hey, Tanner, I found her.
Mic check, mic check. Mic check, 1, 2. Yeah.
All right, for those of you that are sitting in the drag race stands, in about 10 minutes, they're going to be running a stunt show, which is going to be right down by where they're drifting there. So once we finish up on the strip here, give us about another 10 minutes, and then you're welcome to head on down and watch the stunt show.
1, 2, 1, 2. So as we come to the end of this drift session, just letting you know there will be a hard knock stunt show at around 3 o'clock, so in about 10 minutes. Show evolves, they learn, they get better, and they've got a really exciting show for you today. Just want to give a quick shout out to some of our sponsors. We've got SCG Performance. That's Neil at SCG, a very nice young man. Local to look after your car and any engine adjustments. Action Tire in Surrey. Dark Lotus Drift Team. Zestino Tires. Rick Pierce at the Real Stunt Show. Sorry, the Real Stunt School. If you want to learn how to drift, look him up. That's the Real Stunt Driving School, Rick Pierce. Two. Got to give a shout out to Kevin and Brad. They've made a personal appearance here today. They're from Greens, and they'll look after your rims. So any dings, or you want to replace your rims altogether, go and see those guys. They're the good-looking fellas, should be trackside. Racing, Fountain Tire of Chilliwack, and Canadian Tire Richmond North. Got to give a big shout out to Kevin Ness. He's our director today at Mission Raceway. Tanner, who's been on the mic most of the day. And Gaston Morrison for organizing Hard Knock Stunts. So we're going to be kicking off around 3 o'clock. So we're moments away. The cars are just staging now, ramps in place. And we'll have cars entering from the two entrances closest to the drag strip there. Leading driver will be Trevor Addy, followed by Alison Pickett, Alana Green, as two ladies representing, Gaston Morrison and Jay Gree. Closest here, we've got Kevin Harland, Mark Webber, Marshall, Bingham, and Nick Barrick. Moments away, just checking the track. Now this is a tight, action-packed show, so watch carefully. There'll be a lot going on. You could miss it. Moments away.
Marshall, you're all set in position, and yeah, all good. Yep. We're good. Mark Webber, you good? Mark Webber, you good? Yes, sir. Okay, I think that makes us a full house here. We're all set and ready to go.
All right, guys, I'll give Charles the cue.
Okay, so the cars are locked in. They're ready.
Hear you.
Oh. No. Mike. Okay, got to start again. Counting down. 3, 2, 1, go! Leading off with Trevor. Alana. Gaston. That's beautiful, guys. Pick it up. Woo! Hold tight. Now, some of you might think you can drive. Check this out. Can you imagine what it's like holding a car on 2 wheels and having guys dance around you underneath? Plus steering, and you can't see what's underneath the car. Some tight donuts. Wheels. Now I know So smooth. It's a little bumpy, so if he's going to drop it, it'll be that side. But don't drop it, Gas. Hold it up. Woo! That's Marshall and Nick Barrick, 180s. Nice! Come on. That's two 360s simultaneously splitting the ski car. He's coming back, nice tight circle on two wheels. Keep it up, keep it up. Touchdown! Thank you. Hard Knocks Stunt Team. The drivers again is Trevor Addy, Alison Pickett, Alana Green, Gaston Morrison, Jay Gree, Kevin Harland, Mark Webber, Marshall, Nick Barrick. And we'll be hanging around, so if you want to introduce yourselves to these drivers, you got any questions? They're not shy. Ah, lovely little burnout. Last but not least, Alison. And holding up the rear, Gaston in the ski car. Thank you and good night. You've been beautiful. Woo!
Well, folks, it looks like we're getting the last little bit of track prep going here. And I have kind of a feel-good announcement for you guys. If you guys were here last weekend for the JBS Equipment ET Series season opener right here at River Valley 4 Drag Strip at Mission Raceway, you would have heard my first weekend as Mission Raceway's newest announcer. Now, there is a special guest in the crowd right now, a man who I got my passion for cars from, a man who drove me to this very racetrack when I was 4 years old. So, Steve Wone, yes, this is your son, the newest announcer at Mission Raceway. How's that for a surprise? All right, guys, well, we got some cars in the staging lane, so just going to wait a few more minutes, and these guys are going to make some passes. Beautiful day today. Hope everybody's having a good time out there. Over and out.
Well, with the Hard Knocks show over, we're back to the drag strip. Couple cars already went. We got the bikes up next. Corey and Dwayne, both on those turbocharged Busas. One stretch, one isn't. He's getting used to it, and he's going to try his hardest to keep the front tire down on that non-stretch one, as that's why we stretch them out. It helps with the weight balance, make sure that that tire doesn't come flying in the air. And I used to know a previous Busa rider back home, and he was pretty quick, and he didn't have it stretched. He used to keep that wheel up the whole way down the quarter mile. So they're going to bop it into the box, and they're going to wait and go. Spool it up and off. Woo! So now the drag racing. And well, we're getting close to the end of our show. We're done at 6 o'clock tonight, but still lots of time to get some runs in and try to go for that quick 8 that we're running tonight. The top fastest 8 people, they'll be running tonight for the trophy. And a reminder to all of our wonderful people that might be driving around the paddock or our racers, it is dead slow through these pits. I do not want to see you speeding. I'm getting told by people that people are speeding. Do not do that. Be nice and slow through the pits. I don't want to see more than 15 kilometers an hour. You should just let that clutch out and let it coast. No throttle, nice and slow while you're out and around the pits. There's a lot of people, so we want to make sure everyone's safe here today. Braden and Tyson finishing out their run now in the water box. Wow. One of our favorites, Adam Blender in the Audi. Now, if this is your first time, you've never been to a racetrack before, let's walk you through how this normally goes. You get into the water box, you do your burnout, get the heat into those tires, and now you're gonna crawl up to the line. And you're gonna wait for those 2 lights on the top of the tower to ignite. You're gonna see them, you're gonna crawl a little bit more, and there's the first one. That's our pre-stage. We're gonna get ready to go, and when we are ready, we're gonna bump it down 1 more light, but not too far. We don't want to deep stage it, right there. Now the lights are gonna turn on, green it goes, and Adam takes off. I think he wanted to give that guy the hit and chase him down. And then you floor it all the way to the end of the quarter mile. And Adam Blender with an 883. 883. I think he wanted an 888 today, so that might have been his little win for the day there. This is what it's all about. Bringing it down, having fun on the track, calling out your friend, or just learning how to drive on the track. The Lamborghini Urus and the McLaren. Looked like a better getaway for the Urus. Oh, the McLaren like almost backed out of it there. I think the Urus is going to take him on that one. Definitely will. 12:36, 13:4 for the McLaren. The slowest run for the McLaren. Maybe left it not in race mode, that's for sure. Brian Kropp in the Volkswagen. Anthony Chan in the Audi S5, but that Volkswagen is no slouch as it takes off the line, heads down the straight, says, see ya later. This might be an interesting race. I've seen this Mitsubishi truck go a couple times today. He actually puts down a pretty decent time in it. I think him and this Turbo Civic are going to be a good matchup for each other. Let's see how it goes here. The truck already staged up, ready to go. Now for the Honda of Dallas. Lights them both up. Off we go. Almost the exact same reaction. But the Turbo, ooh, almost breaking up on him down that straight. But the Turbo enough to pull the Honda ahead, but it was close. So as we let Zoltan get figured out here, I got two announcements at least. One, if you lost a pair of really nice sunglasses and you're able to come to the tower and tell me what kind they are, they were found in the spectator side. So somebody lost a nice pair of sunglasses. They're quite nice. Come on over, explain them to me, and I'll get them returned to you. But also on this wonderful day, at least for me, it is hot. It is very hot for me here today. I want to give a huge shout out to Joseph Mihai for your 20th birthday, spending it out here at the track. We thank you for coming down to Tunerbash this Saturday, seeing the racing, seeing the fun, and just enjoying being around the car culture. Two Mitsubishis ready to go head-to-head. Oh, not a good one for the black Mitsu. He launched it, but it didn't work out for him as he tries to just get it to grips. Not fun when it bogs down like that on you on the line. You just expect it all to go right, and then it goes so wrong so quick. Crystal in the Beamer brought 2 cars with her today. She runs down the quarter mile. You know, just in case the Beamer breaks, you have a backup, you know? 11.95 for Crystal down the straight in that M240i. Dre back around in the STI. Rohan in the RS3. Misses him on the jump. Seems to catch him by the 8th. Looking to be door to door here as they come down to the end of the quarter. That's a close one there. But at 10.74 for the Audi RS3, 11.89 for Dre in the STI. Well, the Beamer doesn't know what green is. That's okay. They're going to reset that tree for Braden there. Still, Braden, how'd you miss that light? You've been here all day. You've been doing good. All right. Watch the lights, Braden. There you go.
Hey, attention the pits, attention the pits. If you are driving a Mazda 3, license plate WW8746, we need you to move your car because you're blocking somebody in. So again, if you're driving a Mazda 3, license plate WW8746, need you to move your car immediately. Parked on the spectator side. Thank you very much.
So we come around to 4 o'clock, just about 7 minutes after 4. That means we have about 50 minutes of running left on the track before we transition into our quick 8 for the night. If you haven't gotten a run in, if you want to improve your run, now's the time to do so before we shut them down and we run the fastest 8. Don't forget, we have the drifters going on over at the north end of the track there as well. So lots to do, lots to see. But if you're a racer out there and you think you can improve that time, even if you can't think, I want to see you do one more run. The crowd wants to see you do one more run before we call out all the numbers and get ready for our quick 8 competition. So it's 4:19. We got about another 25 minutes before we shut down these lanes and get ready for the quick 8 competition. And you know what? I think I have enough time too. And I've seen so many bikes out here today. Hey, you bike guys, if you can hear me out there, how would you guys feel to run just a little quick 4? Just 4 of you, the top 4 of the day, go up against each other. If you like that idea, well, I'm going to call your number out. And either you pull up to the lanes when it's time to do so, or you don't. It's up to you. But either which way, looking like we have our top 8 sorted. We're just waiting to see if that changes. We'll give it right till 4:45 to make that happen. Oh, so you wave at them, but not me? Well, while we let the staff do their thing here underneath the tower and down on the track before we get some more cars rolling, I am looking for Jamie. I see his car, so I'm just going to go out and talk to him. I was looking for him to come to the tower, but now I'll just go and talk to him now that I see him. Well, the track is almost done finishing their prep, and those staging lanes are getting busy. If you haven't already, get that time in, get in line, get ready to go, because at about 4:45, I'm still on Alberta time, we're going to shut it down and get our quick 8 to the line, including you 4 bikes. There's 4 bikes out there, the 2 Busas, the Ducati, and I think the BMW as well. I got to double check the number. That are all going to be doing a little quick 4 for us, because why not? You guys came out and supported. We want to do something for you too and make it fun. And we want to thank everyone for coming out here on this wonderful Saturday. What a day to have an opener right after Mission Raceway's Street Legals opener. It has been fantastic. The cars are wicked. The drag racing's been awesome. The drifting was crazy. Hard Knocks really, really went for it in their stunt show. And we can't do these events without you guys. And we appreciate all the love and support every time we're out here. And we're back again. We'll be back for our nighttime event. So this time we were running during the day a little bit. And now we'll be coming back in about 2 months' time. Just going to pull up the actual day for you guys so you all know when we're back. So September 5th, we'll be back here in Vancouver for our night event. So we'll be running into the evening, be a little more cool. The lights will be on. We'll be drag racing into the night. We'll be drifting into the night. It'll be a wonderful, wonderful time. So make sure to mark it down in your calendars. September 5th, Tunerbash will return. But for now, we're here for the opener. Well, the track is all cleaned up, and now we can get the final runs in. That's right. These are your last runs. A little bit of a miscommunication error, but that's okay. It happens. So these will be your last runs. So if you're still sitting out there in the pits going, oh, I think I still got time, you don't. Get in your car, get to the staging lanes. This is your final run. And then we'll be calling our quick 8 and our top 4 motorbikes. Because they deserve the recognition too. So the last two, next two up to the line, well, we got the 2 bikes, Adrian and Dwayne. These guys are already in for my top 4 if they want to be in it. Slow off the clutch for Adrian. Dwayne off like a rocket in the Turbo Busa, says, see ya later, 970. 11:36 for Adrian. Next up, final runs of the night. Get him in while they count. Braden in the 03 Excursion up against Casey in that beautiful, I believe that's a F550. You can leave Alberta and still find the biggest truck in the province, you know? So they light up the beams, the 2 trucks ready to go. And they're trying their best. Hey, we run a whole event down in Alberta called Diesel Days. And well, the red truck's going real slow. Oh no, something wrong with the red truck, threw on the signal light. Might be able to limp it back. We might have to check the track though. Oh, he's coming to a slow crawl. I don't know, can safety move that truck? They might have some problems with it. But he made it past the finish line. Might have just went into limp mode and now he's not able to go as fast. But the Excursion with the 23.7. Not quite into our top 8 of the day. Next 2 up, Isaac in the Civic Turbo B up against Thomas. And well, that's definitely wrong on what car it is, but that's okay. My screen says it's a 2025 Hyundai. That's no Hyundai. That is none other than the Chevy Camaro. Red light for Nat in the Honda, which means this time does not count. Jumped the gun. Reed Wilson in the BMW M440i and Ozzy in that McLaren 570. Beautiful car. Sounds fantastic when it runs. Lots of wheels spin off the line for the McLaren. That allows the 440 to say, see ya later. Down the track it goes. $12.36 for the M440i, $16.12 for the McLaren. Dave Kimber in the Mini Cooper. Last runs of the day, everybody. These are the last open runs before we switch over to our quick 8. Dallas with a good getaway this time in the Turbo Honda. Dallas with that 17.5, 15.98 for Dave Kimber. The next two, Justin and Gavin. Justin in the Mustang, Gavin in the G80. Ooh, not good. Did a burnout, not in the water box. Be nice to them track staff. It might have been his first time. Didn't know any better. You got to make sure you're doing your burnouts in the water box. It is frowned upon to do it outside of the water box. It is the last run, though, so, you know, we all learn. So that's Armand in the Lexus ISF up against Ben in the Tesla. Sadly, the Teslas cannot carry on into competition unless that has changed since the last time I've been here. $11.78 for Ben and Armin with that 13.75. Braden back around in the 335xi, that beautiful E90 pre-LCI, gorgeous car. Up against the Mercedes. That doesn't look like a Mercedes, that looks like an Audi. They got the wrong car name on here. That is definitely an Audi, making its way down, but that N54 of Braden's taking off like a rocket. $12.75. Next two up, Logan and Brandon. Logan in the Mazda Speed 3. Brandon in the E30 BMW. Got to move it forward a little bit more. Listen to your track staff. You want to illuminate the two lights. There you go. Stop right there. Logan, you got it. That's what you do. Now for Brandon. Get that second bulb. Get ready. Oh, inched it forward. There we go. We're going to reset that light quick. Watch the lights. It goes green and off you go. The E30 of Brandon with a great jump out of the gate. But the turbo of the Mazda Speed might be able to come back to him. They start to be dead even past the 8th mile. And pulling ahead is Logan at that 15.08 and a 15.94 for Brandon. The two Mitsus back to do battle once more. Thomas in the red Mitsubishi Evo 10. Not sure who's in the 478 Evo, but a way better launch this time for the black Evo. Still a really big short shift into second. As the 478, the black Evo keeps ahead all the way to the end. 14.03, but a 14.9 for Thomas. Again, these are the final runs before we move into the competition. The two Chevys, no! Oh, no, stop the cars, stop the cars, stop moving, please. Oh, no, Arjun blew the diff up. I heard that pop from inside of the tower. And look at all those pieces. Exploded that diff. Get that pan under it. Let's try to keep the cleanup as possible. I got to give Arjun a good round of applause, though, for not going and continuing down the track. We had that happen in Edmonton, and a guy went all the way down the quarter mile, all the way back down the return road, and we had a whole lane shut down for the entire day. It took track staff 8.5 hours to clean it up, and it was almost 55 bags of kitty litter. So we are going to be on shutdown till this gets fixed and we get this car off and ready to run. So all you guys waiting down here in the pits, I know you can hear me. You're in those staging lanes. You're going to be a bit longer. We just had the Corvette of Arjun, sadly, blow the diff into a million pieces. So we'll have to wait just a little bit longer to get him off the track and get everything cleaned up. Luckily enough, he just made it a little bit past the tower, a little bit past the tree. So not going to be a big cleanup period. We won't be long. And we'll be back to these final runs. And then I can call out who's our fastest, our top 8. Well, even with a shutdown on the track, while we wait for Arjun's car to get pulled off, because it ain't driving off, because, well, half his diff is in that garbage bin. There's still lots going on. All of our vendors, all of the food trucks, all of the car show guys, some of them received Judge's Choice trophies. So that means we had a bunch of guys that went around and they kind of had their own criteria of what they were looking for, what they wanted to do, and they gave out those trophies, those wonderful people who came here today and put the car in the car show, and some of them went to racers too. That's right, race cars can be show cars, but not all show cars can be race cars. Let's give a big round of applause to all of our track safety guys pushing this car out and actually helping us continue on with our day. It is going to be a long cleanup. Well, not long. Long to me. I feel like it's going to be long, but they're going to get it cleaned up as fast as possible. So make sure if you want, while we wait, head over to the drift side. Watch some drifting. Grab some merchandise. Hang out. Check out some things. Depending on how long this takes, we might just jump right into the quick 8. Well, again, guys, apologies on the shutdown. We will let the track staff do their cleaning here. They said it was going to be about 20 minutes to get this all cleaned up. And then we'll keep running. And we'll get into our quick 8. All right, so I just got word from the track. We're only 5 minutes away from running. So we're gonna clear out the lanes. Like you guys that are in there right now, you guys are gonna get your final runs. And then for you quick 8, when I call out your numbers, I need you guys to be on it. We are under a time crunch now. So when you hear your number, I want you to come to the staging lanes. I want you to be ready because we're gonna run you as fast as we can. It's heads up and it's first come, first serve. So if you want a grudge race against a guy, you better line up right beside him. So we're gonna get these lanes cleared as soon as they're ready to go. We'll get through the last cars. I'll call out my quick 8 and the top 4 motorbikes as well. You guys are gonna have a little bit of fun here tonight too, because I wanna thank you all for showing up on this wonderful Saturday. And we're gonna get this done by 6 o'clock. So y'all are on the time. I know you drag racers, sometimes you take your time. Tonight's not that night. We gotta get it done quick. So, looking like we're almost ready to start back up. So all you wonderful people in the staging lanes, just be ready. Be ready for when it happens. Thank you for coming. I hope you had a wonderful time. So if you're out there and you think you might be in my quick 8, and a lot of you guys kind of already know who you are, how it's gonna work once you're pulled up, it's random pairing, heads up, pull up with who you wanna race. Then if you win, I want you right back in these staging lanes. I know hot lapping and drag racing don't mix, but we need to get through it quick. Same with the bikes. If you win it, I want you back in the staging lanes. We'll run the cars, we'll run the bikes. We'll run the cars, we'll run the bikes. That'll be their final. Then we'll run the cars all the way through to the finish. Hi, how are you? Love standing outside sometimes just to get a little bit of fresh air. This wonderful BC air that we're feeling out here tonight. Oh, it's a great change from the 6 inches of snow that we have in Alberta. So I can see them blowing off right now, so we're gonna be back up and running anytime here. So, guys in the staging lanes, be ready. Thank you to all you wonderful track staff that got that cleaned up as fast as you did. That is amazing. And thank you to Arjun for stopping as soon as you did and making that cleanup even quicker. Sorry to hear about your car. I hope it gets fixed, and I hope to see you at September 5th. But Steven under the tower in that Ecotech swapped Porsche 944. Justin in the Corvette says, I want to see competition tonight. And he might, 1085. That puts him pretty close. I think that will put him into that spot. Car number 023. I think it does, definitely does. Justin Gill, as we have Zach Hansen taking off in the Beamer. BMW S1000RR could be one of the bikes playing around tonight, and I think he will be. Then we have Jamie in that beautiful S13. After taking a few years off of racing, he's back, ready to rock and roll. He's got a Tesla beside him of Jackie, but we don't let Teslas scare us. Now, sadly, Teslas cannot compete in competition. So even if he makes it through, we cannot let him run, and he runs 939 in the Tesla. And an 11.9 for Jamie. Lanes are quickly being cleared. We're getting closer and closer to our competition. Sean in the RS5, Colton in the Ram. Got to move it a little further there, Sean. A little further forward. There you go. Stop right there and wait for the green light. Off you go. Great getaway from the Ram. He was out of there. I think the Ram takes it at the top end too. He does. 1286 for the Ram. All right. Matt Burnett in the Civic. New to him, Turbo Civic. Up against Anthony Chan in the Audi S5. You drive that Civic right, it should launch out of there, but he's getting nothing but wheel spin. And a bogged second gear, maybe even grabbed fourth by how slow it took to come on. 1237 for Anthony and 14.5 for Ishan. Lanes are closed for anybody that's out there. Lanes are closed. These are our final runs until we move into our quick 8. These are the final runs before we move into our quick 8. So lanes are closed. Ishan in the Charger. Up against another Tesla. The same Tesla, I think, actually. Maybe not. No, 047. No, different Tesla of Ben. He ain't going to let that Tesla win. Why are we doing single run? Chris in the Jimmy. Well, he had some issues earlier. His windows wouldn't roll up, but he got that issue fixed. He's been running most of the day in a 1523. Now, Logan in the Mazda Speed 3 up against Brandon yet again. Oh, this is a great one that I want to see. They were super close on their last race. Let's see if it happens again. Well, almost dead even down the track between those two yet again, but a 15:15 for Logan, 16:01 for Brandon. The Mitsubishi truck back up against Harrison in the 750i. One car remains down in the staging lanes, which means I'm going to start getting these quick 8 guys sorted and ready. So if you're sitting in the pits, you know this person, you hear their car number, make sure they're ready to go. Give me about 3 minutes here, and we will have those numbers for you. All right, we are ready to do this. We are under a time crunch, so I need everybody's ears wide and open. I'm going to be using your car numbers. If you don't know your car number, look at your car. It'll tell you your car number. Car number 313, car number 645E, car number 253, 023, 0011, 067, 6284, and 2260. I need all of those car numbers to the staging lanes immediately. For the bikes, 1320, 047, 905, and 818. You guys are up for the bikes. On deck for the bike, that'd be 069. You're on deck for the bike. Again, for the cars, 313-645E, 253-023, 0011, 067, 2260, and 6284. You are the ones I am calling, and I'll give you guys 4 minutes to get to these staging lanes. 4 minutes to get to the staging lanes. If you're not here in the 4 minutes, well, I'm going to run whatever is here because now we're under a time crunch from Arjun's diff explosion. I can already hear cars pulling up. Mike, yes, I'm so happy you're actually running. I didn't know if you were, but he is. That is amazing. I can hear cars pulling up. I'll go through the numbers one more time. 313-645E, you're already down in the lanes. I love it. 253-023-0011, 067, 2260, and 6284. Bikes, 1320, 047, 905, and 818. And Costas, you're on deck, just in case one of them doesn't show up. You guys got 3 more minutes to make it to the pit lanes. That includes you wonderful bike guys. I got 4 already here, and I want to give a big shout out to you for sitting down in the staging lanes, for being on it, hearing that car number, and going for it. That is amazing. We're not running them just yet there, Skylar, but we can have them pull up. All right, so here we go with our quick 8. The first pairing, this is going to be Ishan Mann and Brian Kropp. The VW All Track up against the Charger on the slicks. He's going to go in. The light's going to go green. It's close out of the gate. The VW gets him to the first 60. Can he keep him off to the 8th? He does. They're neck and neck going down to the final quarter mile, but that is going to be Ishan getting the win in that Charger with a 10:59. Next pairing up, we got Frederico in the BMW M4. And then beside him, well, the record holder for this truck, none other than Mike Ennis. I can't thank him enough for coming on back and being a part of this event 2 years in a row. Hopefully we make it 3, twice in 1 year in September. The Ford F-150 Harley-Davidson edition, the BMW M4. Well, they got to bump it into the lines. Top end's clear. There we go. So we're on the beams now. Little further, little further. All right, let's see what happens here. Light goes off, and Mike's truck gets out of the gate. It's a fast truck though, but that M4 is keeping up quite nicely. But a 986, oh, he was close to a second record on that one. And an 11:31 for Frederico. So we had 5 cars in total show up under the tower, which means we have a buy run for Rob Getz in the Ford F-150, the Coyote motor. Announcer to Skyler.
Yeah.
When the cars come back around, let's give Mike the bye, just because I know his truck takes a lot to run back to back. So.
Sure.
So, the two Boosas, Corey and Dwayne. These guys have been pretty close to each other all day. Now, Corey also took home the fastest ET trophy for today. He was telling me when I gave it to him, this bike can run a 7-1. Will it run it? probably not today. He's still feeling it out. But his buddy Dwayne, he built that bike. He's not stretched yet. He's just getting used to it. He just wants to get clean passes in. And now he finds himself in a racing situation with his friend Corey. Put on a show for these guys. Both Turbo Busas, the fastest production bike ever made. Aside from the H2 now. I think the H2 takes that title. But let's see what these two can do. They're on the Pro Tree. Off they go. Oh, what a launch. Nothing but wheel spin through first and second. And with a launch like that, wow. That is going to be Corey's win all day long at an 888. He said it could do a 7-1 if it would hook. So that's not bad. An 888 for spinning tire. If I have my two cars back there, I have one car down. Where's my truck? All winners back to the staging lanes. That means my Ford F-150. Thank you. I see you coming down right now. So next pairing up, we go back over to the cars. There's only going to be 2 more rounds. We're going to have this one and then the finals between them and Mike. Mike's going to get the bye run on this one. So we're going to run the Dodge Charger up against the F-150. I saw him pulling through. Where did he go? There he is. We'll just give them a few seconds to get that helmet on, get all situated, not too long. And in that time, hopefully it's enough time for Mike's truck to hopefully cool down and be ready for a second run. Mike, if you're out there and can hear me, let me know if you need a little bit more time. But we got a little bit of time to kill before the finals, but not much of it. These two should be a good race. Both these guys are nice and close together. Let's see what happens. Ishan back around in the Charger. Rob gets in the Ford. So at the line, one advances on to see Mike. One goes home. Only one can get my champion trophy. Both lights are on. The lights go down. Off we go. Good reaction from both drivers as they fly down the quarter mile. So a 975 for Ishan. Ishan will advance on. So if you're a friend of Ishan, you see him coming back down the pits, tell him to come back around because Mike is waiting for him. Mike is waiting for him and ready to run it. And I appreciate you, Mike. I know you're down there with your window open, maybe, for putting the truck through a little bit of abuse with a back-to-back run like that. But when we look at these times, Mike runs a 981. That's his fastest time in that truck. And well, Ishan here, he just did a 975. So all it takes is one wrong move, one bad getaway, and either Mike wins it or Ishan wins it. Only one can decide. So Mike's just going to pull up to the water box. He's going to let his truck keep cooling down. because he gets his buy run. Right, we have the buy run. So we get to see Mike do it one more time here. And he might just take an easy pass. Yep, exactly. So this is something you don't see very often, unless you're big in the drag racing community. You know a lot of us here. Well, it's our first time. So on a buy run, he took the green light. That's all that matters. Now he can back up and wait for the finish. He doesn't have to put that abuse into his truck, which is good because he needs it to be as cold as possible to go up against this Dodge Charger, the Demon. If anybody knows where Ishan is, send him back here. We are waiting for Ishan. As fast as he can. If you know him, you see that Charger out there. I don't see him coming down the return road, so he's got to have turned off somewhere. I need him back at this. There he is. Ha-ha, I see him. He was stuck behind regular traffic. Bring it on back to the box there, Ishan. You're in the final. It's you and Mike. I know you can hear me. As he drives around the staging lanes, this is it. This is what we've been waiting all day for. The track staff really came through, saved us from a 45-minute cleanup down to 10 minutes. Get that helmet on, Ishan. Or if you guys need like 2 minutes, I don't know if his car can do back-to-back. All right. I'm looking at our starter. He's giving them both thumbs up. This is it. This is the finals for the trophy. I know. So as we come into our finals, the drifting has ended. They are done with their day. Hard Knocks crew, well, they finished up our day. And now we're here to finish up our day for the Tunerbash opener. Presented by eBay Motors, Motul, and Yokohama. We're here to bring you the final race of the evening. Mike Ennis in the 02 Ford F-150 Harley Davidson up against Ishan Mann in the Dodge Hellcat. The lights go on for the final time tonight, and what a getaway from Mike Ennis. He goes down the quarter mile. The Chargers starting to catch him though as they get to the top end of the course, but it's a 10:26 for Mike Ennis taking home the win. So close between those two, a 10:72 for Ishan. What a wonderful day it was here at Mission. What a weekend it has been. And we're back in just a couple months' time, September 5th, to do it all over again for the nighttime event. That's right, we're running into the night. So I want to thank everyone for coming out here, supporting the event, showing off their car, and just being a part of this community. I have been your announcer, Tanner, all the way from Alberta, and I want to say thank you to every one of you that comes out here and supports this. Remember, if you've been drinking, do not drive. Find somebody to drive you home, call an Uber, they're $40. It's really easy. And leave racing for the track. Leave here nice and easy. If you want to come race, come here on a Friday night. They do it every Friday. Street legals. You're able to come and bring and race your street car. When you're leaving here, leave nice and easy. and leave the racing for the track. If you want to get involved in racing, well, come find any one of us, the staff here, or even any one of our Tunerbash staff, and we can teach you how to get involved in this wonderful sport, whether it's volunteering or racing in it yourself. That is it from me tonight. Thank you to everyone. Get home safe, and we'll see you in September.